Buy side 66 million, NASDAQ 100, sell side of just 1 million, Dow 30, sell side just 3 million, Mag 7, sell side 36 million.
Order filled. Order filled.
Alrighty. Good morning, guys. Trading pennies, good morning. Lynette, good morning. Into oil, good morning. Let's make some money today. Good morning, my friend. Missed you. Missed you too, brother. Now let's get some green trades. So I got approximately $500 profit in each account. So far since last night. And then yesterday we got like
shares are up
$400
7% after
profit just
brokerages
on
raised
one
price
account.
target following the company's analyst day.
And I don't remember if I mentioned to you guys, by the way, sorry, I got a bit sick, so I'm gonna be a little scratchy with my voice. But let's see here. So we got a breakdown signal, by the way, at open. So I tried to take a short at that 750 level right here. We got a breakdown signal triggered here at that VWAP. So I took a quick short, but I entered very late. I entered at like 25,730 because it just dropped. And then I took profit closer to 700. We'll see if 700 holds here. Technically, I could target with a short here on that breakdown signal down to about 25,650, 640. That'd be our next target level. If that doesn't hold, I got a bunch of downside targets. But ultimately, I am going to be looking for a long today. We got inverse head and shoulders on the charts. So we got shoulder, head, and then shoulder. Inverse head and shoulder. We got that, but the S&P looks a bit more, you know, looks like it's a little bit more bullish than the NASDAQ. But that might just give the NASDAQ a bit more room to push up to join it. So I'll just be paying attention to that. I'm not loving the shorts as much unless we break what level? Unless we break, I think this level in here is about 25,600. If 25,600 breaks, then I could probably pretty easily target 25,500 for about 100 points. So far, this breakdown signal has gotten us about 80 points, but I took profits at about 25 points. So trying to trade trade as safe as possible. Oh, I said I forgot to mention this, and I didn't even mention what I was actually going to mention. So if you can see here, these top four P&Ls right here, the green numbers, these top four are going to be just my own discretionary trading. So still following like the normal strategy that I do. I am going to like try to take profits more often than not now. On the fundeds until I get to the buffer. We are yeah, we're pretty far from getting to the buffer. We're at 1K on the bottom account. So this bottom green right here, we're at 1K profit on that. But the rest of them, that green number is basically all we've got on those accounts. But these top four are my discretionary. This bottom account, that's the one I've designated for the 100K challenge. So this one is designated for the 100K challenge, and I think this one I'm going to completely strictly trade breakdown signals, and I'm not going to take any trades on it at open the first 15 minutes. On this account, I will play the 15-minute orb strategy. And then for the rest of the day on this account, I will only take breakout and breakdown signals. On these top four, I'm going to do a little bit more discretionary trading. So I've split the accounts a little bit. So I'm copy trading the top four. Bottom one is strictly the strategy that I got on my YouTube video. Okay, so I showed you guys the levels. Now just going to be waiting and watching. Technically, we haven't hit yet the next level, which would be about 25,630. May just be headed down there. This will be a pretty huge range. Good morning, Jesse. Any news? Let's see here. Any news? We got some Fed speakers here in the morning. We got a Fed speaker speaking right now. We got U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent speaking in about an hour. We got more Fed speakers in a couple hours. So we got a total of like 5 Fed speakers this morning. We got White House press briefing with Levitt in about 3.5 hours. We got Bank of Canada meeting minutes in 4 hours. And one more Fed speaker when the market closes. So not really much news today. We do have Cisco earnings 5 minutes after the market closes. So that could move some of these heavy hitters in the NASDAQ. But overall, we don't really have any scheduled news. But we do have a bunch of speakers today. So they could potentially move the market if they say some stuff. So yeah. Okay, let's see what our range is so far. Okay, we got about 110 points of range, quite wide. So that means on the 15-minute orb, we do have to take higher risk. Well, actually, we don't have to. We don't have to take higher risk. We just have to take more points as the risk, but we can adjust position sizing to our desired risk. So if it's 110, that's 50 points. That means about $100 per micro. So probably max would go is 5 micros. I'd probably do 3 max. That'd be about 55 points. So that'd be a sweep of these levels if it makes the leg. So TP1 would be about 25,608, 605. A little bit more sketchy because this has been pretty bullish. Okay, it's gone lower. Okay, it's testing that level. Last night, if you guys were reading the Discord, I did post that I was going long around here. So this was the market yesterday. I think I took a long just on this bottom account here. I took a long here on a breakout signal. Took 400 bucks profit. But I took a long last night in overnight trading here and pretty much rode this up. I did get stopped out right here and I re-entered around here for the long. And I took it at around 25,780 up here. So I think pretty good TP because I only really missed out on like 40, 45 points. It's not bad. I was targeting potentially even like 25,850. It didn't actually get there. Okay, our range has widened. And it keeps widening. We're at about 135 points now. I guess I could set the levels on here. Let's see here. I'm not gonna take a trade yet. Okay, horizontal line at 5,830. Five 763. And 25,630. $572.
Interfax reporting that Kazakhstan sees their 2026 oil output at 90 million tons.
And 478. Okay, and then about 26K. There we go. Okay, we got our levels. So we pretty much broke all these overnight supports. Wow, that breakdown signal got us over 100 points now. I guess I should have held the position. I felt like I was entering early, and I felt like 25,700 might be some kind of support. But honestly, between levels, it broke this. Maybe I should have held further. Oh well. Okay, now we got the 15-minute range established. 637 to 780, that is. 140 points, so 70 points of risk.
U.S. commercial construction outlook
70
is
points I
largely
don't
positive,
love.
according to
I
QBE
do not
North
love
America's
70
report.
points.
But they noted it faces headwinds
Unless
such
it's
as labor
70 points
shortages,
to the
increased
upside,
material
I
costs,
like that.
and reduced
70 points
subsidies.
to the downside, I don't love very much. Don't love it. But technically, I guess that would actually be from this line to this line. That'd be about 70 points. So maybe. Jonathan, good morning. Honestly, I don't have to take any more trades. I do not have to take any. I'm not as comfortable here. Like this is looking pretty weak. This is looking like it might go lower. If it does, well, it's kind of obvious. If it doesn't hold here, it's gonna go lower. But I'm not as comfortable shorting that because the NASDAQ does love to sweep. Okay. There it goes. Wow. Bunch of selling. 25,600, not testing. Okay. Breaking 25,600.
Russia's seaborne oil product exports in October are broadly unchanged from September at 7.804 million metric
Am I
tons,
shorting? No,
according
I'm
to
out of all
data and
positions right now.
calculations.
But that broke overnight lows just now. Oh. Big move. That's a 200-point drop. I think I'm more comfortable waiting this out. I do not need to jump into any trades right now. Okay, and I'm also going to adjust my stuff real quick. So I'm just going to show you guys real quick how I'm tracking progress right now. Let's see. So this is how I'm tracking progress now. I was tracking per account before. Now I'm tracking with all the accounts together. So I'm making my daily trailing loss of $1,000 split across all 5 accounts. So that's an average of $200 per account. And then I just put a profit target, but I honestly don't really pay attention to that. The biggest thing I pay attention to is what is my daily loss. And that's $1,000. So right now I'm gonna just quickly calculate what is my total profit on the day. I don't know how much we're allowed to risk. Okay, let's say 2,880. So 2,880. So I made about 150 bucks on that quick short. Okay, so that means I cannot go down below this total amount, $752,300. Yeah, I think I just need to wait for longs now. Just need to wait. It could take a while. I mean, I guess if it doesn't hold this is about a 70.
So noting
This is
the
about a
S&P
100
500
point
here
short
is
here.
pairing gains out of the open here. It's nearly flat on the session now.
See if we get a bounce up to here.
Brings us now 10 minutes
Not
away
gonna
from the top
enter.
of the hour, where we're expecting comments from one Fed's Paulson, who's the Philadelphia Fed president, who's speaking at the 9th Annual FinTech Conference hosted by the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia, with the topic of FinTech, of course. A text is expected, but no Q&A.
Okay, no bounces at all. If this doesn't break this level right now, and this bounces all the way up here, I think I'm fine with entering a short. So there's the bounce. I think I'm fine with entering a short if it bounces all the way up there. Okay, it's gonna take 3. What is that level? 637. So right here. Take it short right there. If it wants to give it to me. If it doesn't, it's okay. I don't have to chase. Do not have to chase. I'll also copy trade 1 per as well. 635.
And so again, just seeing the US indexes
So I'm
pairing
only
their
gonna do a
pre-market
nice
gains
safe
out of the opening
entry
gate
for the
here.
short.
No news
I'm not gonna
catalyst
jump
behind
in.
the move that we're
If this
seeing
doesn't jump
in
all the
the
way up
index
here,
markets so
I
far.
don't need to be in
Bitcoin
this
seems to be moving
trade.
down with these risk assets as well. Just keeping our eyes out to see if anything has come out. Does not appear that it has, though.
Are they gonna short this all the way down? I don't know. I think we look pretty bullish overall. But we got a pretty good move upwards, so I guess it was due for a little consolidation. But like on my downside target, my maximum downside target is basically 25 for a if it breaks like this level, then I don't know how far it goes. Maybe a gap fills here. Maybe if this level breaks and they do continue shorting it, yeah, I would think down here would be the next target, about 200 points, 250 points down, additional. So like these, somewhere here it has to hold, because I'm looking for longs. If it just keeps selling off, like I'm not really interested to get into any trades. Because I have my like assumptions here. I have my assumptions here, inverse, head and shoulders. Overall pretty dang bullish on the daily. On the daily we held I think it was like the 20 EMA or something like that on the daily. Like overall the uptrend, all that stuff. It held, and it was a strong hold. It wasn't like back here. Like, look, it came down to about that moving average level, and it was a strong bounce. It came down on the daily, and it bounced 500 points. That's strong. So I've got bullish bias. I think the bulls are in. But as far as like me trying to short this to oblivion, not as comfortable. Okay. Right now, we technically didn't hit TP1, and for those of you guys that have seen the back test, TP1 has been hit like 74% of the time on the orb strategy over the past 6 months. So, if I do enter this trade, I want to enter at the bottom of the 15-minute range, which is the bottom of this wick here. So there's 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. At the bottom of this wick, I'm fine entering short. If we are gonna actually short this, and we may possibly get it, but if we get like some bottoming formation and everything, I want to long it. I do not want to be shorting this into oblivion, because overall, I believe there are more bulls than bears right now. I think more retail are probably bearish.
been 5 minutes
This
time now
is
at
this
the
is
top of
like
the hour. We're
straight
expecting comments from
institutional buying right
Philadelphia
here.
Fed
This
President
huge
Paulson,
bounce,
who speaks at the 9th
huge
annual
volume,
FinTech conference
squeezing out a
hosted
bunch
by
of
the
shorts.
Philadelphia Fed. Text is expected.
Okay, looks like the bounce did not get us filled. That's okay. That is okay. So I'm gonna remove that order. Remove all these orders. That's TP1 hit right there. Yeah, so like I was saying, we hit a breakdown signal right around this level here, and I took a quick short, but I took barely any points. I could have technically held all the way to here, took profits here. But I wasn't as comfortable with the move, so you know, if you're not feeling comfortable with a move, you don't have to trade it. Like nobody's
500 banks
forcing you to
index
trade
does hit a
the
record
market
high,
when it
however,
looks
amid this
sketchy.
move,
Nobody's
last up
forcing you.
2%.
If we want to not be part of the statistic of day traders that fail, majority of them, then we have to make sure we're not trading when it feels sketchy, feels uncomfortable, feels like, well, I'm not even talking about feelings, actually. Maybe a little bit, but more of, does this actually line up with something I expect is a good outcome? Not hoping, but what is, like, you know, based on structure and everything, like what is more likely to happen based on structure? And it's like if the move is not lining up with what you're thinking with structure, then there's like no reason to really trade it. 'Cause you can just wait. You can wait for hours for the trade. All About Fish, good morning. Good morning, Mir. Good morning, Doherty. Okay, just waiting. Looks like it wants more? Maybe. But will I take the trade? Heck no. I could try to short this, try to target here, 100 points. And then it just bounces up here, and then I'm sitting in drawdown, and then it ends up being a reversal, and then I'm sitting here like, why did I even enter this? You saw I was fine with entering on a bounce here. If this would bounce here, I was fine entering here for the
Dow
short
Jones,
to target
index is
this a
extending
little bit
gains,
below this
here,
level.
the up 1% now.
But like, that's for potential downtrend continuation. Like right now, and that's downtrend continuation, and that's also playing with our backtest statistics.
1 minute remaining, so we're expecting the
So
text
having
release from
math on
Paulson.
our side. By the way, Monte Blue's indicator completely called the weakness before the market opened. It's kind of cool. It called it at 780. It called it right. It called the market weakness right here. This is the level where a sell signal was triggered on the Monte Blue indicator. I wasn't paying attention. But pretty cool. I did call it right there. Over 200 points on that. Okay. TP1 hit.
S&P 500 healthcare sector.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. at the breakdown signal at
Seeing comments
least,
now
or
from
maybe the
Fed's
sell
Bostic
signal
and Fed's Paulson come through.
held it through.
Paulson does not comment on monetary policy or the economic outlook in their
Crowbar,
prepared
good
remarks,
morning.
but Fed's Bostic is to retire on February 28, 2026 at the end of the current 5-year term, according to a statement from the Atlanta Fed.
Okay, now, if this pops up to this level, breaks above it, this level holds as support, I'm looking along. If we get something like that, I'm looking along. And to pop up here, maybe reject like 25,670 maybe. Pop down here in kind of this range and hold and hold this level, then maybe along it to start testing overnight levels again. That's a good bounce. See, right now I'm not comfortable taking a short here. Because we already hit TP1. But it's, see, if I would have had a bounce up here, I would have targeted, like, literally right here. This would have almost bottom ticked our target order. But right now, like, now I do not want to short this myself. Some people might be fine entering short here. There's still a downtrend. Still looks fairly weak. So like some people might be comfortable entering short here. I'm not. I'm looking for longs. I'm looking for longs because we're pretty dang bullish.
Anthropic are to invest $50 billion in new US data centers, according to the Financial Times.
I think we're bullish, but there are some data points that are potentially calling out bearish action
on the feed. Again, there's no
over this week and over
outlook in this
until maybe the end of the month. There are some indicators,
more information from the FT,
some data points that are
work with Fluid Stack
that are pointing to potentially a sweep of this level, a sweep of this level. But, you know, overall trend up. Very important level that has been holding so far. Held very strongly. So like there are data points that are showing there's potentially more downside and all of that. But the thing about data points is that the data points are not always 100%. We are overall bullish. Happy belated Veterans Day, Pasha. Thanks, Crowbar. We have to wait for the 50 EMA to catch up. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, so that would be the case. Is on a lot of data points that we've been getting, the daily 50 EMA would be one of those that, you know, potentially hit. Actually, sorry. We technically hit the daily 50 EMA, by the way. So this move down here, these like three, I believe these three were the daily 50 EMA. So the daily 50 EMA has actually been very strong holding. The thing that we would be a little bit more concerned about is the 100 daily 100 EMA, which is down at around 24,200. 24,200. So that would be basically like right here, and it would probably sweep through that. So daily 100 EMA would be a sweep through this level, sweep through here. So that's just something we got to keep in the back of our minds in case there is a day where there's a reason to short some kind of you know, we already get short and then some kind of news comes out and then we're like, oh, that's super bearish. That would be a day that we actually hold and try to target all the way down there. But It's probably not today. Okay, popped up to this level. Rejecting a bit. Okay. Is this VWAP or the 20 EMA, Pasha? This white line is the VWAP. The VWAP as calculated by Trade-Evate, which is off a little bit from my other VWAPs. Okay, nice. You know what? I think I'll enter on the 4 accounts here. Just 1 micro each. That was a pretty bad entry, though. Yeah, I'm looking for longs, Jonathan. I'm not really looking for shorts. Yeah, the white line is VWAP. Yep. Okay, I'll just take it right there. Gonna wait for a retest. 25, 648. My entry's bad. Here, I'll set it to the other ones. The blue line's my entry. Not the greatest entry. I guess I could take more. Maybe I take here. Take $50 per account. That would be $200 total. I'll wait for a little bit of structure. So I'm targeting 25 points. That was weird. NASDAQ mini crashed while Dow mini parabolic rally. They don't always align.
So in 10 minutes time now at 10:20 a.m. Eastern Time, next Fed speaker on the slate, which is Fed Governor Waller, speaking on payments at the Philadelphia Fed's FinTech conference. No text is expected for Fed's Waller, but there is a Q&A.
Oh, since we didn't
As with
didn't
the
hit
last
our
Philadelphia
target here
Fed
right away.
event,
Now I gotta
speaker
target
we've had
more.
today, no live video is available for
think.
this event.
We missed our order. What would this be? Be up there. Our order missed. So I'll target 50 points now. Looking decent so far. Not too bad. Could easily start selling off and continuing the downtrend, so be careful. Just be aware. That's why I was trying to take a quick trade here, just to wait and watch. $29% on the cash account. Quick QQQ call from 619 to 621. Wow, nice Lynette, good job. What a sniper. Lynette just sniped a call. Not ideal. Wanted a quick order here. It didn't fill. I guess I moved up. This is what I was waiting for to see how it acts here, but did you get sick from the hospital? I'm not too sure. I might have gotten sick from my family members. I don't think I got sick at the hospital. I was starting to feel sick before I went. But yeah, surgery went well. So everything's good. Yikes. We wanted it to hold that level. Which prop firm are you funded with? I'm with Take Profit Trader. Not a good trade. Not a good trade. Okay, I gotta exit that. May have exited like right at the bottom of that, but I gotta exit that and just wait. Okay, so that was a loss there. I'll recalculate my numbers. That was about 75 times 4. About $300 loss. So I'm only allowed $600 more. Trailing loss. Yeah, Mrs. Pasha has the remedy. Yeah, true.
In 5 minutes' time now, at 10:20 a.m. Eastern Time, Fed Governor Waller speaks on payments at the Philadelphia Fed's 9th Annual FinTech Conference. No text is expected, but there is a Q&A. Also, we have found a registration link to this event. We've pinned it to their entry in the calendar if you're
I
interested.
started the day
All you have
bought
to do is provide your
NDX
email
call
and you can
spreads
watch live.
for 32 times 2 contracts. Close for 2K profit. Nice. Not bad. We could take a fairly low risk trade
Order
here.
filled.
Set stop 560. My stop set there. See if we can get a good bounce. I'll try to recoup this trade actually. We'll go right there. See if they want to sweep this low here or not. We had good buyers in here.
Spot gold rising nearly 1% to around $4,167.48 an ounce.
Okay, right about here I could set to break even. Setting the trade to break even, so if it pops back down, I'll just stop out. I need to account for slippage as well, so I'm gonna bring it up a little. Looks like maybe a bear flag forming if it just drops.
Stop
Okay.
filled.
So that was 0 loss on that trade.
So we're shortly expecting comments from Fed's Waller. Again, no text is expected, just a Q&A.
Yeah, I don't like this price action, guys, because I'm trying to long. I don't really want to short this. And I do not like the price action. So, could be possible I don't get a trade for a couple hours. Sorry, Jonathan. It's hard for me to call out where I set the stops and everything every time because I'm like doing it pretty quick. But I had a stop loss set at the bottom of this wick, at the bottom of the right at the intraday low, and I took a trade here, It popped up, and then I brought the stop loss up to pretty much break even. Slightly profit. Couple bucks. Because, you know, in case this happens right here, I don't want to go red on that trade. Even though it was like pocket change. So I'm not liking this price action. But like I was saying, I guess if we were to short, we'd probably target this level down here, which is about 480. 480, that's yesterday's lows. But I don't really like the idea. I do not like it. And like when it's like this, you know, you feel like it's terrible price action, there's no reason to trade it. I know that I've done it before. You guys have seen me trade terrible price action before, get chopped up. You guys seen me do it. Guess what? I'm gonna learn from that and I'm not gonna do it. Because I'm not trying to be part of the statistic, guys. We need to be part of that 1% that is consistent and taking points, not getting points taken away. Yeah, I'm not in a trade right now. I'm gonna be waiting, looking and waiting for a long. That is about it. There is no reason for me to trade gross price action that I'm not comfortable with. I think that's just like something that I gotta realize is that if we're actually going to be consistent and profitable, trading is going to be a lot more boring. That's just the reality of it. Because we're trying to wait for good setups. We don't want to just like try to trade every single move. I know it's a lot more fun because you're just like, oh, I'm getting this move. Oh, I was right on this, so I took a scalp here or there. But it's like, if you're not like a straight up trading savant, like you're probably not going to be profitable doing that. I wish I was a trading savant, but I'm not. So I gotta take advantage of good moves when they come around. Not try to create good moves in my head. When you build a system, position size the same always, 1 or 2 strategies only. If then and etc. It gets boring, yeah. No longs here until we get above the 50 EMA on the 1 minute chart. 1 minute chart? Crowbar. What you talking about 1 minute chart? But yeah, sure. I'm fine with that. 50 EMA on the 1 minute chart. So If you guys can see these horizontal lines, these little orange lines, these are the different
AMD shares
different
extend rally to
levels
more
that
than
got marked
10%.
out for potential supports and resistances and all of that. And you know, levels like this make it easier to have target profit spots. So like, for example, if or when we do take a long, I'm going to be targeting here. You know, if we can pop up above this, hold, I'm going to be targeting all the way up here. And guess what? Above this level, that is 130 points. So it's like, if you got a wide target like that, and you wait for the setup, and then you finally take it, you got like some key levels you're paying attention to. You got like so much time to, you know, if it does grind up a little bit, you got so much time to trail your stop loss and all of that. And like, you could have a lot higher chance, you know, of being profitable on the trade. My prayer life, how about the short entry? I don't love the short entry. That's why I don't want to take it. I'm not long or short. I'm out of all positions right now. Just watching and waiting. I am looking for longs. And I covered that a bit earlier. It is because we're mega bullish still. We're still mega bullish. Give me a sec. I'll repeat what I was saying earlier. Okay, so we look at the daily chart real quick. You're in a long position. A bit of an early entry, but good luck. So why are we looking for longs? Because every single big, like, first of all, we've been on a mega trend. Like, I would love to short this, but the thing about mega trends is they could mega trend for a long time. It's been a long time. I was hoping for big pullbacks back here, and they were just not coming. But anyways, when we got this pullback, huge support. That was the daily 50 EMA, I think. Maybe even daily 21. No, that was daily 50. So daily 50 EMA, boom, strong support. Daily 50 EMA came all the way down, closed on it, and then boom, crazy gap up. Huge support, daily 50 EMA. Then recently, last week, big sell-off, boom, huge support the same day off that 50 EMA. So really big buyers are buying those levels. So if really big buyers are buying those levels and are staying long, you probably want to be on their side. You want to take it in the direction they want it to go. You know, everybody else that wants it to go lower, they have been unsuccessful. So I would rather stick with the winners, you know what I mean? So that's that. That's why we're more interested in longs. I was expecting for there to be a pullback today. I was expecting it. Because I mean, I was expecting a larger move to the upside overnight. We didn't get it, but I still locked in. I think over 100 points. How many points did I lock in? I longed from here, 25,650 last night, and I longed all the way up to 25,780. So I got stopped out here because I was trailing my stop. Because I saw a little bit of weakness here, but I was like actively trading, so that's the only reason I did it. Saw some weakness here, stopped it out, and then I re-entered down here, and then I rode it again, long, up to 780. So overall, last night, like, I captured more than 100 points. But I was expecting this to move up closer to like up here, potentially, and I was expecting today to be a pullback. So since we opened with a strong pullback right away, it's like, oh, no, that cuts the time needed to start looking for longs. Start looking for a bottom. What trade copier do you use? I just use the one that's in Tradeovate. I just use the one they provide. It's not even like a separate software. It's just built into Tradeovate. You go to manage groups on Tradeovate, and then you just set up, you make your group, and that creates copy trading. Man, I do not feel so hot. I'm a bit sick. Had a big problem with affordable indicator trade copier. It took one trade on the opposite side and your account was disabled. Yikes. Wow. So the trade copier software basically glitched out. It's unfortunate. Ugh. Not a bad day though. Not too bad. We're up about 2,500 bucks. Okay, let's see if it wants to go lower. If we get below here, I may potentially try to short.
In 10 minutes time now at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Time, US Treasury Secretary Bessent is due to be speaking at a New York Fed event.
Yeah, I forgot we got a bunch of speakers.
Chevron CEO sees the LNG spot prices pressured due to high supply.
Yeah, never mind. I don't want to short it. I don't want to short it, really.
And the Chevron CEO says the LNG market will be oversupplied for a period of time.
I think there may be a short play under that key level that we're at right now, and targeting like 200 points to the downside, or at least 100 points. I think there's potential for that play, but I don't feel as confident with it, so I don't really want to take it. There's the sweep of those levels that stopped out a bunch of longs. There it goes.
A leg down on the S&P 500, now down 0.15%.
Oh, that's pretty much 50 points already. Oh, sorry, my bad. Actually, this short is not over 100 points, my bad. This is actually 90 points approximately, so never mind. Yeah, that's pretty realistic for it to hit. That's the next key level. Okay, if we get a bounce up to here, I may take a short. Okay, right about there. Whoops. What is going on there? I don't want 5. Only want 1. Well, actually, maybe take 2. That's 568. Swap to the 1-minute chart. Are you long? No, I am not. I'm not in any trade right now. I'm trying to enter a short right now. I'm starting to like it less now.
Order filled.
Well, we're in a short. How much do we risk? Let's risk 20 points. Yikes. 88.50. That is a strong bounce.
Stop filled.
Okay. Okay. That's why I don't like the shorts. That's why I don't like it right there. Okay,
NASDAQ
what
turns
loss
negative
was
in
that
choppy
now?
trading, last down 0.4%. Brings us now 5 minutes away to expecting comments from Treasury Secretary Bessent, who is speaking at a New York Fed event. We've posted the registration link for this on the feed for those
That is
interested.
exactly why
This
I don't
requires
like the
an
shorts.
email address.
Buyer stepped in so quick. I mean, I could have had a wider stop, but I don't want to have a wide stop on something like this. Buyers are popping it up. That was a 80 point jump. Okay, I gotta calculate what the loss there was. So 40 times 4 is 160. And then 40 times 2 is 80. Okay, so far from our highs, we lost $540 across the 5 accounts. So I can only lose 460 more to make sure I'm following my disciplined trailing $1,000 stop. This is why patience pays off. Because I entered there. I was saying I didn't like the shorts, but I entered there on the potential play. I mean, it wasn't a bad trade, but I did set very tight stop loss there, so it's too tight for if you were to trade that, to be honest. But I was trying to kind of snipe it. Got stopped out. It was a total of about, what was it? Like 100 something bucks loss. So if I would have just sat here and waited longer, I wouldn't have got it. But I mean, it's a small loss, guys. I'm trying to be a lot more careful with the fundeds. I don't want to blow them, and I want to get more disciplined with my trading. So I also don't want to get into my trailing $1,000 stop loss on the day. And that's split across all 5 accounts, which means that it's $200 trailing stop for all 5 accounts. So I'm guaranteed to end green on the day if I follow my rules. And I'm planning
Shortly
on it.
expecting comments from US Treasury Secretary Bessent.
I am planning on following my rules from now on, no breaking them. So if I follow my rules today, that means I'm 100% guaranteed to end green on the day.
Seeing comments from US Treasury Secretary Bessent repeats his guidance that coupon auction sizes likely will not change for the next several quarters, and says the Treasury is committed to safeguarding treasuries as the world's benchmark for stability, keeping risk-free rates low. Existing financing capacity from current auction sizes and robust demand allow flexibility to manage upcoming borrowing needs, and says the Treasury will adjust issuance for auctions gradually to avoid market disruptions. Says reductions in US budget deficit and the Fed's bill purchase announcements provide time and flexibility to make adjustments to borrowing plans.
United Health
supports
is
reforms
up
to enhance
4%,
supplementary leverage
and
ratio.
Element's Health up 4%.
Changes could boost demand for
Not
treasuries,
bad.
and says that Treasury has
The
expanded
100K
long-end
challenge
operations of Treasury
portfolio is
buybacks
up
and will
right now,
expand
half
counterparty
a
set in
percent,
the first half of next
while
year.
the indices are slightly red. Not bad. Okay, for any of you guys following the purchases on the 100K challenge portfolio, I'm doing the daily buy of JD today. See how ugly this price action is right now? I was saying we gotta avoid it. It's not looking great, and so far it's continued to be ugly. That's why I shouldn't have taken that previous trade. Sierra WV NBIS CRCL shorts. You killed it. Nice. For the fun of it, programmed a trend evaluation program for the NASDAQ. Evaluated 9 different popular trend indicators. Oh, that's pretty cool. Nice. Are you gonna try to like try to automate it for trading? Look at gold, it's skyrocketing. Oh yeah, dang. I guess gold caught a bottom at 3,900. Not bad. Wow. Look at that gold move. Pretty much came down to this fib, I guess. This was the previous extension. Not bad. Yeah, gold I think has potential of going like far above 5K.
US Treasury Secretary Bessent, following the text release we saw, is now speaking live at the New York Fed event. We do have a registration link. If you wanted to provide your email, you're able to watch that live. Otherwise, we'll keep you posted with the headlines as they come through.
This was Kaufman's adaptive moving average with an average true range break above or below.
According to the Nikkei, Japan is considering an increase of at least threefold in its departure tax.
Departure tax. There it goes.
Treasury Secretary Bessent says treasuries are more liquid and robust than ever.
So we got 480 left across 5 accounts. The thing about my $1,000 trailing stop loss, by the way, is I can choose to take higher risk on like 1 or 2 accounts if I want to, or I can split the risk across the 5 accounts. So I'm just making it $1,000 trailing stop loss for just all 5 accounts. I'm just gonna calculate it intraday so that I don't blow through it for all my rules. But yeah.
Bessent says treasuries are the best performing 2025 developed nation market.
Is that a short coming up? I mean, like I was saying, there's a potential short to that next key level, which is about 25,480. So definitely short potential, but I don't like the shorts. I don't really want to play them. We've been like major bullish. It's been a lot of levels that bulls have been holding. Really big buyers stepping in. And I'm not really talking about today intraday. I'm talking about, you know, on the longer trend line. Think around 25,510 it'll start reversing. Yeah, we'll see. Most of the best were some of the close plus average true range break above a moving average, followed by the fantail VMA.
Percent just commenting that daily cash trading of treasuries is around $1 trillion. Percent says we're going to continue to look to improve the Treasury's buyback program.
$25,586. Line in the sand. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like it could easily hit that level and continue selling off. I don't know why 586. 50 EMA is just above that. Oh, gotcha. Okay. You're following that 50.
Percent says demand for treasuries is as strong as ever.
Guess we're continuing.
Treasury yields extend full. 10-year yields last down 4.5 basis points. In the Wall Street Journal, Microsoft expands data center build-out with a super factory site, according to the company. Microsoft's super factory data center will be built for AI. Microsoft's Fairwater network includes a multi-gigawatts for OpenAI Microsoft AI training, according to the company.
I think you have a bias against the trend. Get in and get out of those trades quickly. Yeah, true. Yeah,
Microsoft shares still
that's
steady.
why I need
They're
to be
down 1%
patient.
on the session.
I need to wait for like a full-on trend reversal to enter. I'm not very confident for taking shorts. That's why I just gotta be patient. Like I said, it could take multiple hours before we actually get the setup we need. I'm not feeling too hot, by the way, guys. I don't know if I'll be able to be on the stream the whole day. Bullish as well for today, we shall see. Yeah.
We have posted the Wall Street Journal article on the feed for those interested, as again, Microsoft expands data center build out with a super factory site.
People waiting for CPI. I mean, yeah. It's on CPI's on Friday though. So after tomorrow. Seems neither bullish nor bearish. Some stocks are bearish, while some stocks just holding current price. Best to stay out of the market for now. Yeah, agreed. Get a wait and see approach. But like I said, I'm not feeling too hot, guys. I'm a bit sick. So like I may potentially get off stream a bit early and just passively take a look at charts to see if
Treasury Secretary
if a
Bessent
trade
says
comes up.
stablecoins could grow tenfold by 2030 from $300 billion.
Right now it's just nothing interesting for me. This is technically a spot where I don't really want to be in. It's not pretty. It's just kind of in this area. I don't really want to be in it. We had both of these hold. Strong buyers came in. We're in this level. It could go for a third try and fail to the downside, but I don't really want to play that. Don't sound great. If there's anything I can do. No, you're good, brother. I just gotta get better. I'm the reason, like, I would be fine with sticking on stream the entire day, fully, even feeling like this, but the I actually have class today, and I gotta get to the school early, so I have to be at the school an hour after the market closes. So that'd be a pretty tight turnaround for me. So either way, I'll have to get off early. Your economic calendar has CPI report on Thursday, November 13th. Yeah, that's weird. That's not lining up with mine. I'm not even seeing it on Financial Juice, but on the Take Profit Trader financial calendar, it's showing Friday. I'm not sure.
Besant says we'll keep monitoring investor demand for treasuries.
Yeah, weird. It's not even on Financial Juice. Love having you here. Really missed you the last couple days. Thanks, Saints Oil. Yeah, I mean, I definitely like spending time with you guys. Makes trading a lot less boring. Hey guys, Bitcoin could be on the verge of a crash. Possibly, yeah. The thing about Bitcoin is we've seen Wall Street getting into it, which is kind of crazy. And I don't know if they let it crash. Your calendar lists PPI on Friday. Yeah, I'm not sure then. Because I'm not seeing either of those for some reason on Financial Juice. But on the Take Profit Trader calendar, I see CPI for 8:30 Eastern on the 13th. Oh, wait, it says 13th. Never mind, it is Friday. It is Thursday. They have it on the wrong calendar day. 13th at 8:30, okay.
And Besant concludes
Yeah, you're
their
right.
remarks at the New York Fed event.
Take Profit Trader just accidentally put the icon on Friday. It's funny. So they got it for tomorrow. Yeah, weird. Take Profit Trader doesn't have it on their calendar. They got EIA crude oils. Okay, let's see if this makes the next leg down to that next key level. Is that a falling wedge? I don't know. It just looks like it wants to go lower. some kind of wedge. There it goes. 500 to start testing. $5.10. Okay, 500 testing now. Yeah, the target would be yesterday's low. That is correct. Today's the short everything all day. Yeah. Yeah, so far it definitely is that way right now.
The S&P 500 turns negative, the NASDAQ extending declines, so they're down 0.2 and 0.8% respectively.
Have I got time to make a cup of tea before the bottom? Yeah, for sure. I would probably be more comfortable with saying something's bottomed after like 30 minutes of bottoming action. It's probably realistically how long it'll take at least. So strong bounce there on the 500 level, but that doesn't really guarantee a bottom for us just yet. So far just been downtrending. Qs versus SPY ratio. Looks like it may have bottomed. It's at a strong level. Doesn't make a lower leg here. crazy, terrible price action for the NASDAQ. It's not too bad if you're shorting. It's actually not bad if you're shorting. You got a lot of good short scalp opportunities. Bro, I wait every day for your lay to finally. I'm not too sure what you mean. Can long oil? I haven't been attention oil. I've never traded it. I'm not sure. Even if somebody told me it's a good long, I probably wouldn't take it. Just because I don't trade it, I don't watch it. They made it to stop everybody out today. You were forced to get out like 5 times today. All losing trades, liquidity sweeps, and chops everywhere. Yeah, you gotta be careful, Jonathan. You gotta be careful jumping against the trend. I jumped one time against the trend here, and that was on this push right here. So I jumped in against the trend on this move here, because it bounced off my key level and it went through my second key level. So I was playing as if it keeps above it, but that was against the trend that I traded that. Actually, I traded twice against the trend. I took a long here, right down here, but this one I stopped out at break even / a couple bucks profit. And I traded with trend here, but I didn't allow it to bounce a bit higher. I took the trade and only risked 20 points, so I got stopped out. But yeah, you gotta be careful trading against the trend. You can't keep trying to jump in. You're gonna blow your accounts like that. Oh, live, gotcha. Wait every day for the live. Well, it's good to see you on here. I'm a little bit sick today, so
Fitch ratings say the US
not feeling
housing
the best.
economy cools further with higher costs and weaker demand.
This financial juice talk about why gold decided to skyrocket today? No, they don't really. I mean, sometimes they speculate, but no, they didn't really mention gold.
We have posted the Fitch Ratings article on the feed for those interested.
You want to go long? And there's potential. I don't think we got bottom information just yet. There's potential though. Moving averages have tightened up a little bit. It looks like buyers are almost in control, but they've gotten in control a couple times previously. Let's see. I maybe want to go long if we break through this key level here. Such sustained selling. Yeah, a little bit of sell-off today. Slow and steady. This is our first decent push for over the past hour. Buyers stepping in again. Okay, that's looking pretty good. You didn't get filled on the long. Okay, let's see what this pullback brings us.
Meta announces plans for a $1 billion data center in Wisconsin. This announcement confirms a news report that was initially rumored in April, and now Meta officially announcing a $1 billion data center in Wisconsin. Meta shares steady after that headline. They're still down 2.6%.
Okay, nice push. Got our first buy signal as well. First test will be anchored VWAP at about 650. It lines up perfectly with this VWAP here. So both VWAPs are lined up. Good push. I may add on to the position. I'll swap over to this view. This shows my 4 copy traded for discretionary trading. I don't have anywhere close to any signals for my other strategy, so I may not trade the 100K challenge account for the rest of the day. But the 4 discretionary accounts, it looks like we got potential here.
French lawmakers in the lower house of parliament approved the article suspending pension reform.
Okay, get in the pullback. Let's see,
That's the French
570 would
National
probably be a
Assembly
good
backing
one.
the suspension of the pension age rise.
570 would be a good pullback.
Order filled.
Alright, I'll add one there. Okay, I gotta make sure. 460 is my max loss. So 460 divided by 4 is 115. So $115 is my max loss. That is right down here. So I gotta set this stop loss down here. If I add on to this position, I'm going to need to continue to trail even tighter. So I'm setting my stop loss for these 4 accounts for the risk I have, and I have to stay to it. I can't take undisciplined trades, guys. Or I gotta stay disciplined with my risk management. So if I get stopped out here, I technically cannot take any more trades for the rest of the day. So let's hope that this wasn't just a fake out for longs to jump in. Okay, came pretty much right to where we said would be goodbye. Okay, if we get above VWAP at about 650, I think I'll be comfortable adding on more. I'm willing to go bigger size. I could add on here. I feel like it'll be too early though to add on, so this could go right back down. But I could. Risk to reward is looking good. Let's see, if it pops down there, I probably don't want to be long either way. Right? 3, 2. Okay, adding on. $115 risk. It's pretty much the bottom of that 5-minute wick. So, it's at the bottom here where the strong buyers came in. So technically, if it sweeps this level, I'm stopped out. I can't trade for the rest of the day. Just so you guys know. I don't want that to be the case, but that's what will have to be if I get stopped out. I gotta stay disciplined. Potential bull flag for me. I could easily get stopped out here. I could easily get stopped out. We're in for a treat after all that market manipulation. Maybe. We'll see. Oh, please don't stop me out.
Stop filled.
Yep, that's it. Okay. That was 115 times 4, which is 460. So, plus 460. We hit our $1,000 trailing drawdown, guys. I can't take any more trades for the day. That's it. I gotta stay disciplined. We're on fundeds. We're not gonna blow them. We're gonna stay disciplined. Either way, we're up a little less than $2,000 still on the day. About $1,800 on the day we're up. So, still green day. It's not bad. So that's what I was saying. Like maybe I wait for actual full-on confirmation, because yeah, like it could be a fake out, and it might not be a fake out, but like it could pull back more than I have the drawdown for to follow my rules. So there's that. Okay, let me just calc everything to make sure I got my numbers right. Maybe, who knows? Maybe I can take more risk. Let's see. 0, 3. Okay, we're ending with... Sorry, I'll show you guys the process. So I took all my balances. I have my starting balance here, and I just popped in here after adding them all together. Okay, and I just added my ending balance now, which is this 752 248. Oops. Technically I lost more than I should have. I accidentally drew down $70 over. That was the slippage right there. I got about $17 of slippage per account. So, or like $15 per account slippage. So technically undisciplined ending. Dang. Oh well. I would say this is still disciplined. I just have it calculated here to do this. But overall, we got a... Here's our profit for the day. So our starting minus our ending. So we got a profit of $1,800 today. Split across 5 accounts. Not too shabby. And yeah. I have to end it for the day, trading wise. I'm gonna change that no to a yes, by the way. Because I would say it's a disciplined disciplined day. Okay. Not bad. We have had a decent amount of good days. You got this, bro. Stay disciplined. Thank you. Should you trade it to correct that? I mean, I could, but no, I'm not going to. That's just an Excel formula that I have in there for counting up the yeses and nos. That's about it. Or sorry, not counting up the yeses and nos. Seeing whether or not I went below my max loss level. But I only went below, like I said, $70. It's literally nothing. That is 0.01% of the total balance. Got in the long to Colossus. Was too confident it was a breakout. I mean, it looked like a breakout. It definitely was a breakout. As of right now, like, you could be looking for longs on this pullback. That's what I should have done. I should have stayed patient and waited for a pullback to get in long. Because like on like such a selling day, when you finally get a breakout, you're going to get a pullback. I mean, sometimes it just squeezes out of this world, but more often than not, you're going to get a pullback, and that's like what you wait to long in on. So that's what I needed to wait for. Maybe I should have just gone 1 micro right here, which I did. I shouldn't have added on just yet. I was like, I literally added on when we got 2 green candles. I should have been waiting for a nice pullback to add on, and then with 2 micros, then waiting and seeing if something like this holds here to continue bullish movement. Then I could add the 3rd on. Instead, I opened, added on at the top, added on a very tiny pullback, and then got stopped out. So it's like, yeah, a little too preemptive there on that trade. But we're gonna stay disciplined. We're going to not mess up our rules, because you guys know what happens when you break the rules. You blow accounts. And this is all just a numbers game. It's a statistics game, guys. Let me just pull up my backtest, strategy backtest. For those of y'all that are not in the Patreon or don't have access to the spreadsheet, hey, rest in peace, okay? Just kidding. You're not dead to me. But this spreadsheet, this is the back testing that I've done on the 15-minute orb. Let me just get it here. So take a look at this. Right here. Take a look at that. These are the percentages. These are the statistics over the past 6 months. So it's all a numbers game. If you're... and I'm speaking for myself as well, because you guys have seen me be undisciplined. I'm truly trying to change it and try to be disciplined. I'm going to be like mega profitable and stream for y'all and do all of that. But to get there, you gotta work up that discipline and consistency, and that's like the most important thing. And it's hard. That's the hardest thing. That's why, statistically speaking, most people fail to profitably day trade. It's because they just don't let the statistics win for them. They just go in emotionally, take all the possible trades they can, and then over leverage and lose. So here's the back test, for example, of the 15-minute orb. 72% for TP1. 72%. That's 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. 1-to-1. 72%. You will be profitable trading that over the long run. Then we got our trend line breakouts and breakdowns indicator. Here's the backtest for that. This is all manually backtested by me for New York session. So these are only New York session time. 59% win rate for the bull. 71% win rate for the bear. This is... I'm actually going to add this here, just so you guys that do have this are aware. Assuming a 20-point stop. So, there, I added that. This is 59% win rate if you're setting a 20-point stop loss. That's pretty tight stop loss. This 71% win rate, assuming a 20-point stop loss. These are good win rates. And look at the average runs on these. 20-point stop, average run of 52 points, average run of 75 points. 20-point stop. This is a 1 to 2.5. This is a 1 to 3.75 risk to reward on average. So if we stay patient, disciplined, whatever, try to let literally math and statistics play for us, you know, we shouldn't be losing. Over the long run, we're going to be profitable. That's it. So I just wanted to share that. Like, you don't have to rush your evals. You don't have to rush your fundeds. There's no reason to rush it. Okay, there's no reason to rush and try to be the fastest and try to catch the bottoms and try to make the mega moves. Try to make $50,000 in a day. You don't need to do that. What you need to do is figure out how to be consistent and over the long run mathematically win. Once over the long run you start winning mathematically, then you start raising your risk slowly, very, very slowly. And that's about it. What a dip. Still bleeding out. That just swept those lows, didn't it? Probability statistics is tricky. Why most people lose. Probability statistics is tricky. Why most people lose. Well, I'm not even talking about probability. Well, I kind of am talking about probability, but I'm talking about it based on indicators. So based on market structure or whatever, breakouts, breakdowns, and taking the statistics of the success rates. Have you seen this guy developed an algo called Quant Crawler that assesses the 1-5-15 and gives probability and price levels? Oh, interesting. No, I have not. What is your current strategy? My strategy is for mainly the 15-minute opening range, breakout, breakdown, and the breakout, breakdown signals. That's my strategy, like, for, like, I want to take those trades almost always. I like the breakout, breakdown signals a bit more, though, because the risk to reward is a lot higher. That's, like, those are, like, my set, like, if I see them, I want to take the trade. When I'm not seeing them, but I see a distinct trend, and it's aligning with key levels, I want to play the trend. That's more of the discretionary. Which, like, I've been pretty decent on the discretionary front. As long as I don't get emotional. When I get emotional, that's when I start losing. But on the discretionary trading front, I feel like I've had like a pretty good win rate. And one of the indicators that has helped me like stay on that is Monte Blue's indicator on the 1-minute chart. That one lets me, gives me that confirmation for the trend, and it gives me good entries to enter a trend. So, yeah, it's a combination of a lot of different stuff. I don't really have like a thing right now where it's just one setup and that's it, or like two setups and that's it. I have two setups and that's it for my like 100% trades I want to take 100% of the time. Those I would basically say are my like A plus setups. And then the discretionary trades between key levels and in a trend in a trend are like my, I guess, B level setups. Trying to catch a bottom is definitely like C or D level. So like right here where I entered, that was probably a C level entry. I needed to wait for the pullback and see if it holds a higher low and then enter on string. But I didn't wait for it. It's free if you go to ChatGPT and look up Quant Crawler.
In
Okay,
5
I'll
minutes
check that
time now,
out.
at the top of the hour, we see the release of the EIA's short-term energy
Crawler.
outlook report.
Okay. So, like I said, I gotta stay disciplined, and I have to stop myself out for the day. We're nice and green. I'm a bit
The
sick, so
EU
I was
renewed a fresh
planning on
investigation into Google over news
ending the
publisher
stream a little
rankings.
bit. But like I've said before, I'm gonna keep charts up for y'all so that you can follow along. I'm going to today
Alphabet
bring up
shares steady, still down around 2.5%.
Monte Blue's indicator. So I am gonna pop that up on screen. And I'll turn off the music just so it's not annoying you guys, but I'll have Financial Juice playing in the background so you guys can get all the live news right away and be able to continue your trading session. So I hope you guys stay safe out there. Don't overtrade. Don't take any crazy trades. Don't take preemptive trades. Be patient and take good quality trades and end green on the day. I appreciate all you guys. I'm not going to do a full outro. But yeah, I really, really appreciate you guys. I will probably jump on for Power Hour. So be ready for that. That is in about 3 hours. So I'll jump on. I'll say hi. I'll run my proper outro. And then I'll get ready for my class. So appreciate you guys. Good luck, like I said. God bless y'all. God bless your trading. I hope that I hope that you guys protect your capital. All right. I'll see you guys in a couple hours.
We are shortly expecting the EIA's short-term energy outlook. So the EIA's current year crude oil forecast at 13.59 million barrels per day from 13.53 million barrels per day. Forward year crude forecast 13.58 million barrels per day from 13.51. Some more info from the EIA steer report. They say 2025 WTI price average of $65.15 a barrel. The prior forecast was $65 a barrel. They see 2026 forecast of $51.26 a barrel, up from the $48.50 that they saw previously. For Brent prices 2025, they expect an average of $68.76, which is up slightly from the $68.64 a barrel that they saw previously. For next year, they see a price of $54.92 a barrel, which is up from the $52.16 a barrel that they saw previously. So the EIA sees this year's US oil output at 13.59 million barrels per day from 13.53. Next year, they see 13.58 million barrels per day, up from 13.51 million barrels per day. They see 2025 US natural gas output of 107.7 BCF a day from the prior forecast of 107.1. They see 2026 demand of 107.8 BCF a day, up marginally from the 107.4 BCF per day they saw previously. We have posted the link to the steer report on the feed as well for those interested. In 10 minutes' time now, at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting comments from Fed's Bostic, who speaks about the economic trends at the Atlantic Economics Club. Text and Q&A both expected.
We have posted out the video of where Bostic will be speaking on the feed for you to watch. Fed's Bostic says price stability is still clearer and urgent risk facing Fed. Price pressures look to persist until mid to late 2026. Moving policy lower risks feeding inflation beasts. Unemployment rate characteristic of balance sheet labor market. Unemployment rate characteristic of balanced labor market. Labor market shifting but not clearly weakening. Bostic favors holding rates until inflation is moving towards 2%. This is a Bostic's release speech earlier than expected. So it was expected to be released at 12:15, being released early here. So also here, Bostic says data from Atlanta Fed surveys point to decisively to continued upward pressure on prices and costs. Firms surveyed expect to raise prices well into 2026 and by substantially more than 2%. Inflation expectations not confined to importers directly affected by tariffs. We cannot breezily assume inflationary pressures will quickly dissipate after a one-time bump in prices from tariffs. Serious trouble awaits if inflation expectations for medium and longer term drift upward. I see labor market shifting rather than weakening, and I don't read available indicators from recent months as a clear signal the labor market is weak. Real-time indicators signal job market is in a curious state of balance, and I'm not detecting unambiguous signals of serious cyclical labor market downturn. I do not view a severe labor market downturn as the most likely near-term outcome. So the video has started as well, and Bostic is on stage. We have also posted our Fed's Bostic speech on the feed for you to read through. At the bottom of the hour, expect to hear from Fed's Myron speaking in a fireside chat at the University of Cambridge Judge Business School. No text is expected, but there is a Q&A with the moderator. So the key topics then will be about the US economy and beyond, how the Fed monetary policy decisions shape not only domestic inflation and employment, but also influence global economic trends. And just talking about the interplay between US monetary policy and other central banks and its effect on international trade and financial markets. And then finally, Federal Reserve evaluates how the Federal Reserve evaluates global risks and coordinates with other institutions to respond to worldwide economic challenges. Those are the key topics. So just a reminder, there's no live video for Fed's Myron that's available. It's an in-person event. About 3 minutes ago, we're expected to hear from Fed's Myron in a fireside chat at the University of Cambridge. Again, no text expected, but there is a Q&A with the moderator. Surely expected to hear from Fed's Myron. according to a report here on X, they say that House Democrat leaders will file a discharge petition for a 3-year extension of Obamacare premium tax credits. So according to a Punchbowl News reporter. Trump administration backs bill ending shutdown and saying that Trump would sign. Just keep an eye on the S&P 500. Just think a little bit of movement towards the upside. Not really a whole lot of movement there. So the Trump administration issued statement on bill that would end the shutdown. White House's says government shutdown will impact this quarter's GDP. White House economic advisor Hassett speaking at DC Economic Club. Fed's Myron now speaking at the University of Cambridge. Hassett says GDP could be between 1.5 to 2% this quarter. Hassett says GDP for the year will be about 2%. There's no live video for Hassett. Hassett says supply side policies will allow growth without inflation. Hassett says inflation isn't all the way where you want it to be. Hassett says that I agreed with previous two Fed meetings that it was time to cut rates. Inflation momentum is pretty directional. Hassett says that the Fed is unlikely to cut by 50 basis points. Fed's Myron says that Fed policy is too restrictive. Also, the Fed bids for 10-year notes at $6.5 billion. Hassett says the Fed is more likely to do 25 basis point cut. And I agree with Trump that rates can be a lot lower. Hassett says, if I'm at the FMC, I'm more likely to move to cut rates while Powell is less likely. Hasse says, if asked to be the Fed chair, I'll do it. Hasse on the US dollar says strong dollar policy is a sound policy. Any country needs sound currency. So again, Hasse on US dollar saying any nation needs sound currency. Hasse says if you want inflation to take care of the deficit, you're on the road to your financial crisis. Hasse adding that historically the dollar is strong now. Adding that US trade and fiscal deficits are going down. Ten minutes away from the top of the hour, we get the US selling $42 billion of 10-year notes, prior bid cover of 2.48, prior high yield of 4.117%. So looking at just some prep then, 10-year treasury yields are about 4 base points richer on the day ahead of the $42 billion new issue auction, after gapping lower at the open following weak ADP jobs data released Tuesday when the cash market was closed. $25 billion 30-year bond auction Thursday concludes this week's quarterly refunding. Hassett says U.S. fiscal deficit could drop by $600 billion this fiscal year. Fed's Bostic says that there is a debate about the extent to which productivity is rising. Also, to go back to then some more prep then, The latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 259k ultra 10-year note futures and 844k 10-year note futures, possible sources of covering demand for the auction. Hassett says deficit drop is 1/3 tariff revenue, 1/3 tax revenue due to the economy, and 1/3 spending reduction. Hassett says we are reducing deficit relative to target, and I'm bullish about growth. Hassett says that we will use future reconciliation bills to address the US economy. Bostic says that firms are telling the Fed that policy is restrictive, particularly in housing and other rate-sensitive industries. Hassett on housing says, I don't know if Trump has decided on 50-year mortgage. Fed's Bostic just commenting in the Q&A part now. Hassett says 50-year mortgage could make it easier to get a home. It was about 5 minutes ago till we get the 10-year note auction, with the prior high yield of 4.117%, prior bid cover 2.48. Hazard on tariff case says the emergency case is really solid. Myron refers to independent growth estimates for stablecoins. Hazard on trade says we're looking at options and alternative authorities if Supreme Court rules against administration in tariff case. Also a reminder, at 1 p.m. White House Press Secretary Leavitt is due to speak. We'll pop it. Her video is on her name on the economic calendar. We'll pop it on the feed as well. Also, shortly expecting the 1 minute to go to get the one issued for the 10-year, and shortly expected to hear from White House Press Secretary Leavitt. Hazard on trade says any cost impacts are level adjust effect, not inflation. We have posted out the video of White House Press Secretary Leavitt on the feed for you to watch. "10 seconds to the when issued." For spot 08, that's 4.068%, 4.08068% for the Treasury when issued for the $42 billion auction. So again, 4.068%. Hassett says that we're considering the use of Section 301 and 122 tariffs as fallback. Hassett on trade says, I expect to see a big reduction in price of imported goods from China and other nations. For spot 0.74% for the 10-year note auction, with a bid cover of 2.43. The US selling $42 billion of 10-year notes and awarding 97.52% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 10.45%, direct 22.55%, and indirect 67%. So that's a tail of 0.6 base points. Seeing the US Treasury 10-year yields pair declines after a 10-year note auction last at about 4.8 base points at about 4.062%. Hassa says 129% job creation this year has been native born.
Hassett says what the White House is more efficient than Trump's first term. Fed's Myron says we should not take inflation data as face value. Hassett says he sees less turnover in the White House than in the first term.
Myron says elevated inflation is due mainly to measurement process. Hazard on Trade says negotiations are an ongoing process. Hazard as a tariff policy is an ongoing process. Hazard on Trade says discussing changes with food products. Hassett says Trump is focused on affordability, surely expecting the Federal Reserve repo operation data as well. Hassett on trade says tariff policy needs enforcement against transshipment. $18 counterparties take $5.886 billion at Federal Reserve repo operation. Hassett says the rate of food increases is down to almost nothing. Fed Hassett says that I'll stay in the administration if I'm not selected for Fed. US high-grade bond sales top 2024's total, now second all time. Hassett on the Fed says, I could be ready to work right away, and I have Fed experience. It's a reminder at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time we get the Bank of Canada meeting minutes. Fed's Myron says, I'm in favor of using Fed's balance sheet more judiciously than it has in the past. Myron says that QE may be overused in the past. So again, QE maybe was overused in the past. Heads up, White House Press Secretary Levitt has begun speaking. Remember, the video is on the feed for you to watch. It's also on the left-hand side on the economic calendar. If you just click on the name, it'll pop up as well. Also, I said about 5 minutes ago until we get the Bank of Canada meeting minutes as well. White House economic advisor Hassad on AI says increasing productivity of workers, firms, and capital, and creating huge amount of value. Markets will work out who captures the value. Hassad on AI says valuation could be really high as productivity rises. Fed's Myron says it's difficult to quantify AI productivity growth potential. Hassad on the economy says that we will have more policy proposals. According to FBI director, they say China agreed on plan to stop fentanyl precursors. From the Bank of Canada meeting minutes, ahead of the Bank of Canada rate announcement, the Governing Council members agreed to look through choppy inflation for indicators of underlying inflation. Members felt indicators of underlying inflation would give signals about trend of total inflation. Members expressed concern that weakness in the labor force could persist and broaden. Discussions with companies indicated that if the US demand weakened further, that could lead to more job losses. Members had a range of views at timing of cut, but arguments for a move in October were considered more important. Some members felt waiting would provide them with more information about the economy, jobs, and inflation. White House says that tonight the White House is hopeful the shutdown will end. We have posted out the Bank of Canada meeting minutes on the feed for you to read through. Levitt says October CPI and jobs data likely never to be released. Levitt adds that federal statistical system may have permanently been damaged. White House says Levitt says October jobs report will likely never be released. White House, when asked about report on U.S. considering building a base on Gaza border, says this is not something the U.S. is interested in being engaged in. David says that we're committed to $2,000 dividend to Americans thanks to tariffs. Feds Myron concludes his remarks at the University of Cambridge Judge School.
Order filled. Order filled.
Levitt says once the government is open, Trump is open to having healthcare conversations.
Order filled. Order filled.
That concludes comments from White House Press Secretary Levitt. Supreme Court schedules Lisa Cook arguments for January 21st. Eurogroup President Donoghue says uncertainty remains high. Donoghue adds a stress test for banks was fine.
House Democrats leader Jeffries says we're introducing a 3-year ACA credits extension bill. Eurogroup President Donahoe says many views on trade between opportunities and threats. Sources say Russia's Lukoil has filed for extension of US Treasury's deadline, prohibiting transactions with the company after November 21st. NYMEX diesel December futures settle at around $2.48 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline December futures settle at around $1.95 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude December futures settle at $58.49 a barrel, down $2.55 or 4.18%. NYMEX natural gas December futures settle at around $4.53. Brent crude futures settle at $62.71 a barrel, down $2.45 or 3.76%.
All right, all right. Let's see here. Power hour is upon us. Looks like we got a handful of you guys left. Just want to pop on here. I still got a bit of work to do. So got homework as well. And yeah, I'm gonna be leaving. Well, not very soon, but I will be leaving pretty soon to class. So let's see. I did hear a couple, I guess, important news updates. Secretary Leavitt was saying October CPI and jobs data likely will never be released. So I don't know how the market reacted really. That was right around here where that was said, right around here. I guess we sold off a little bit. But guys, I'm honestly really happy that I got out. Took my disciplined stop loss. Like I could have caught this long here and all of that, but honestly, ever since really this move, this has been chopping up a bunch. I mean, this has been full on chop. And it's not fun. It's really not fun to trade. Like, yeah, you could take scalps and whatnot, but it's like, it's really not fun. It came down here, it held our key level. It kind of has been messing around with our other key levels, I guess. So we bounced off our key level, broke above this second key level, and now it's just sitting around it. It could come down and break this key level here. It could, end up holding here, move to this key level here. But like overall, it's not been that great of a trading day. The only great thing would be is if you shorted right at the start, which we got a sell signal right before the market opened on Monte Blue's indicator, and we also got a breakdown signal right around, I don't know, 25,760 maybe 750. We got a breakdown signal. So like, other than catching this short and coming down here, like other than this one trade, there hasn't really been any other good clean trade. Like I said, yes, you could have caught some longs here, scalped some shorts, whatever. Like there definitely is some range. If you would have caught near the bottom, sold near the top, you would have gotten a 100-point move. But like overall, we're not getting like a clear reversal or anything, and we're not getting that clear of a downtrend either. So I don't know. I'm happy. I stopped out where I stopped out at, keeping the profits on, because I feel like I would have gotten chopped up here. So just looking at the hourly, we had inverse head and shoulders. I was hoping for it to play out. It doesn't look like it's really anything now. It just came back down to this level, which, if it holds, we're continuing bullish, because this was extremely bullish here, this buy up. We had selling off for multiple days, and then this one day really big sell off, and then instant buyback up. After the buyback up, pretty good gap up, and then really big rally after the gap up. So like all of this is super bullish. Right now it's just kind of chilling up here. So maybe a little bit of consolidation before the next leg up, before moving toward those all-time high levels. You never know, but that's what we're going to be watching. I appreciate you guys for joining the stream and everything. I did say I would check in with y'all for Power Hour. I'm not going to be trading anything. I did get my my disciplined 1K level stop out, trailing stop. So we are in profit today, about 18 or 1900 bucks, split across the 5 accounts. We were at some point up 2880. So that $1,000 trailing stop keeps me in profit. So yeah, that's about that. So I appreciate you guys. I'll run an outro, but I'll keep the charts up for y'all. For those of you guys that are using them, that are listening to Financial Juice and whatnot, to hear what's going on. Look at that chop. Quite choppy, that on that 5 minute. Yeah, quite a lot of chop. hard to really choose direction. But, you know, right now you could possibly try to play it to today's lows, but we are in power hour. You never know what can happen. So if you are green, make sure you lock in. Don't give it away. And if you are red, do not revenge trade. For those of y'all that are green, I mean, great job. Great job, because you either sniped a good short or you're just really good at scalping this kind of price action. Either way, you know, you did a really good job. So I'm proud of you. And yeah, we got to keep this up and stay consistent. So for those of you who are green, great job. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep the discipline up, because the only way we're going to break out of the statistic is to be disciplined and consistent. For those of you guys that are red, please do not revenge trade. I'm serious. Just please don't. Don't go out there and blow your accounts right now. If you're red, you know, hopefully you got some kind of level set, some rule set. I know I'm not the best to preach about this, but I'm trying to take it a lot more seriously now. So make sure you follow those rules. And you know, every single person, even the best traders in the world, are going to have red days. So there's nothing to worry about. There's no reason to let it hit your ego and try to get green on the day or anything like that. So just stay safe out there. No more blowing accounts, okay? And yeah, with that, I will see you guys probably bright and early tomorrow for New York session. I don't think I'll check in with y'all anymore today. So I'm going to get nice and prepared and do all my stuff. And yeah, God bless y'all. I'll see you soon. Take care. Leaving up charts for y'all, though.
1 minute until the market on close imbalance. Ten seconds. Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 1.2 billion, NASDAQ 100 buy side 1.1 billion, Dow 30 buy side 330 million, Mag 7 buy side 625 million. Fed's Purdy says there is strong evidence that bank reserves are no longer abundant. Fed's Purdy says standing repo facilities should be used when needed. Purdy says stable repo market conditions are in everyone's interest, and the standing repo facility works well. It is an important market stabilizer. Fed's Purdy says at some point the Fed will need to expand balance sheet again, and the technical Fed balance sheet expansion is likely soon. And Fed's Purdy says the financial system reserves are no longer abundant. At 4:05 p.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting Cisco Systems Q1 2026 earnings, estimated EPS 98 cents, estimated revenue 14.77 billion. In 5 minutes' time, we're expecting Cisco. Seeing comments from Fed's Collins. Fed's Collins says he relatively high bar for additional easing in the near term. Collins says he's hesitant to ease policy further and absent notable labour market deterioration. Collins says prudent to ensure inflation is durably on track to 2% before making any further policy rate cuts. Fed's Collins says further monetary support to activity runs risk of slowing or stalling inflation's return to 2%. Fed's Collins said Fed policy mildly restrictive and financial conditions are a tailwind for growth. Furthermore, Collins says he expects modest rise in unemployment rate with tariffs to keep inflation elevated into early 2026. Fed's Collins says I have not seen increase in downside employment risks since the summer. Collins also cites limited information on inflation due to the government shutdown. So reminder, in just under 5 minutes' time, we're expecting Cisco Systems Q1 2026 earnings. Estimated EPS 98 cents, estimated revenue 14.77 billion. Fed's Collins says, I'm prudent to lie on track to 2% before making any further policy rate cuts. One minute remaining. Ten seconds. Adjusted EPS $4.08. Cisco seeing financial year adjusted EPS $4.08 to $4.14, seeing $4 to $4.06. Seeing fiscal year revenue 60.2 billion to 61 billion, seeing 59 billion to 60 billion.